Ah, good morning. That's a terrible color. All right, what was I doing? Hmm. Getting a little bit of a bouncy bounce. Let's see. Vol getting shorted into open. Discord. Oh, excellent. Hmm. One sec, sorry. Better. Good morning. How does Schwab stay in business anymore? That's a good question. I'm not having that bad of a morning. JPM's down. Is that fucking 4% today? Wait, no, that can't be right. Uh, Wells Fargo is getting hit even harder. What's this? Crown Castle. Hmm. Utilities are getting kind of smashed across the board. Microsoft and Nvidia are up. AMD is down. That is up. Google's down. Amazon up. Pepsi. Interesting. Um, AbbVie's flat. J&J doing. Oh, interesting. So we're getting a bit of a megaphone at the top of yesterday's price action. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to play out. Although I will say it should be slightly bearish on increased volatility. Well, increased realized vol. It's really not bearish enough unless it falls below 5,300. It does pull us away from the more like bullish positioning where we were at overnight last night, but it's not very long to get right back there. Tilio's still struggling with 61. That's a big resistance. But it's got lower highs. Maybe BV's up at 190. Almost a double top off of this morning's price action. Got rejected at 91.01. There's a lot of sold calls at 190 on ABBV. I wonder if that'll be where the consolidation fails. We need that below like 185 by next week. Look at how much morning. What's up, man? Full ported 5250s. All right. Look how much Fubo's gone up in comparison to ADMA since 2022. Gherkin can really pick them. What the fuck is ADMA? Fubo went up like 600% the day after I bought it. Picked it just fine. Friday morning, send it. Okay. Why is there a pop-up notice every time I send a message in here now to check the guidelines and look at channel rules? I only ever as poorly worded obscure questions. I have no idea. Lily's pumping. Dow and Russell are both down this morning. Dow's down quite a bit. But yeah, Lily's up about 5%. They have earnings. Warn me to be civil. Is Carl gonna ban me? I have no idea. AQN sold a bunch of assets and cut the dividend. Yep. Yep. They found a buyer for the rest of the renewables portfolio, which ultimately is good, but they haven't been paid yet. Not sure I entirely agree with the dividend cut, but it'll free up their cash flows quite a bit. And so far, they've kept the water reclamation portfolio, which is pretty valuable. Still in AQN? Yeah. Well, I'm going to try to buy more around here. I'd like to get it below 550, but I might. Oh, well, there it goes. Looks like I'm gonna. I'd very much like to get it at 5. Gold's starting to move up again, too. Oh, let's see. We're getting quite a lot of puts to the downside. Bought puts down to 5,300. Sold calls above 5,325. Well, actually, sold calls at spot too. And bought puts to the downside. Still need to lose 5,300 for this to get really bearish, though. Though I don't mind if I do. And CSPs for $5 makes sense. If you could get fills, I don't know what the yield on them is. Probably shitty. I don't think its options chain's usually very robust. You might get 5 cents. It's not much of a discount. Yeah, that's not so hot. Not enough strikes, really, is the problem. If there were 550 strikes, it might be worth it. Incoming knife sponsorship, that'd be cool. Not a good yield. You can get up to 0.25, but it's not guaranteed. Yeah, it's usually, most dividend stocks, it's going to be pretty shitty, especially on utilities. 35 cents on leaps. Yeah, you could try it. Can you talk about what you like on AQN? I already did a write up on them. It was like a whole write up. They did the thing I said they would do. That's what I wanted them to do. Was sell their fucking renewables portfolio. Are we in a confirmed recession? No. Our fucking GDP is like 2.5%. If you removed deficit spending from the equation, then sure. 2. If you look at Zim, I've been watching it for a year and it grew suddenly, propped up by the market. Um, no, propped up by rising shipping costs. Did they cut their dividend? Recent earnings weren't too hot. Their fleet management costs are excessive. I forget. You're gonna have to like dig into them, because I forget the timeline for them. But they lease their fleet, and so they have to pay. They have to pay out like every couple of years to every year and a half. I think they have payments every year and a half to renew the leases on their fleet, which are a huge drain on their cash flows. Also, if you own the stock, you have to pay tax in Israel and the US on the dividends or the sale of the stock. 5300 test. Okay, this is the first place to look for support. I think there's better shipping companies that don't carry as much risk and have more assets. If not playing SPX, can one play QQQ with largely the same supports and resistances, if that makes sense? For the most part, as long as there's not too much divergence between them, yeah. I mean, usually QQQ has a lot more volatility. Your end of day said we could go down to 5280, bounce back up to 5300. Does it still look like that? That would be the next like shoulder, and that's yes. So like that would have been either that trend or we pull back to here and then find support. But yeah, I mean, I'd look there for support. That's like 5280. That's almost a 5250 test on SPX. But we'll see. I mean, this megaphone is starting to break down, which is pretty bearish. It could find support here, but it looks like it failed to find that support on the bounce that we just got. If I go down to like if I go down to the 15-minute, you can kind of see it bounced and then failed at the 5350 test. Still under 5300 SPX is what we're looking for here. Play SPY price action with QQQ contracts. It's rough though. Because there isn't that much liquidity on QQQ at 5:30. I think you might be doing it wrong, Popcorn. No problem, Janarchy. The Tesla bulls beating their chests. It's still huge resistance at 200. Thanks for hanging out and answering the same market questions ad nauseum. Still a port. This thing's called a job, and meetings mean I missed some things, but I'm growing the port slowly now, like a good reformed degen. Nice, man. Well done. Mm, Jesus Christ. Please don't be stuck in this range all day. That could happen. It's probably something to be worried about. Still getting quite a lot of downside puts here. All the way out to like 52.70. Long calls, 53.15. How's dispersion looking? Climbing up a little bit in the pre-market, but not too much. Forward yield on vols at 6.3. I think what's more interesting is that the dollar is down against the yen and the yuan today. And yields are getting fucking hammered. Is AQN a good buy here? I'm probably going to pick some up around these prices. Kind of hoping it gets down to like the prior low, like maybe around like 5 or 490. But we'll see. Leaps aren't probably enough time. Well, 2025 leaps aren't. And I don't think it has. Does it have anything past that? No. You'll be able to buy those $5 AQN shares in about 30 minutes at this rate. I know. It's dope. Thank you, first time caller, by the way. I feel like thought I saw something or someone asked me about Rocket Lab. Looks like they gapped up on losing money. People have asked me about this company for like 3 years now, and I've yet to see them make any money. There's short vol on it. That seems to be doing pretty well. But they're not like in a I mean, they're not like in a proven industry, and they just burn cash. What's the PT for leaps? The $25 is too short. It doesn't matter. It could take years for them to facilitate a full turnaround. Hmm. That was intense. So vol would spike on a loss of 53. Yeah, still just support at 5,300. A tiny bit of out of the money call buying on SPX. It's gonna be a really fucking choppy day if we keep finding buyers at 53.35. It's a long-term play. I've reached out to the founder of Rocket Lab multiple times about a new venture in space ambulances. The market to go save stranded astronauts on Boeing spacecraft is not going away. Fair enough. Hmm. Big short. $53.17. Plenty of volume. Like a big push in correlation, but the carry's still breaking down, and forward yield on vol is turning up. Hmm. Hmm. That's kind of supportive. 53.35 futures, not SPX. Yeah, 53.35 ES. New Fortress Energy gas distributors based in New York. Oof, fuck. Probably debt catching up to them. We're going to 5,400 next week, aren't we? We could. Quite a lot of sold calls getting pushed in the money here. Some in the money put buying 53.20. Still some put buying out at 5,300. Still in TWLO. Yeah. It's like a September position. They're trying to short vol. Yep. It's not entirely working, but you know, they are trying to short it. One. That's working a little bit better. Sold calls out at 53.40. 53.30. Yeah, 30 is kind of flat. I don't think I like crossing 30 though. 30 is the bull signal. Hmm. 62,000, yes. Important question. Can a girl get cavities if she gives you skull after browning the beef? What? I don't know. Finally got an AQN entry. I'm sure I'll regret only adding a tiny bit of the position here. But would you like to not catch the knife too hard? Okay. I don't think I could. I'm personally going to catch the knife all that hard. I literally got back in. I'm leaving again. Definitely a Kendra comment. Yeah, it is. Mhm. It's pretty weird that the dispersion is pushing us up here. We got sold puts at 25, 20, 25.15. Sold calls in the money at 25.20 and 53.05. Hmm. So any decent profit taking should take us right back down again, right? The range should be fairly slippery. Support on WeBull. 87,000 contracts. 91, 87. Oh, that's MNQ. This backfire, we see ours squeeze hard. What? Ours? Rejecting off of 53.30 is probably a good sign. There's still not a lot of downside support. 53.20 is a little bit supportive. Not very much. We're getting more in the money sold puts. A lot of in the money sold puts around 52.70, 52.90. I'd say if we lose 20 here, probably back towards like 53.05-ish. If we hold 20, I think that's kind of bullish. So we'll see what happens. The calls are going to print so hard if TWLO busts 61 today. It's fucking tested it enough times, right? And it recovered this morning's drop already. JPY is slipping. Right. You mean the dollar is slipping? No. No. Ko-Fi message is stuck on the stream. God damn it. This is the most value Kendra has ever gotten. They killed me. It's a lot of theta for $3. Yeah. Oh, not bad. Oh, boring. Commodities are up a little bit. Yeah, dollars looks like it's gonna lose 103 here. Correlation on the 1 month is starting to turn back around to the upside a little bit. Leverage and the carry is declining. It's down like 0.17 from last night. Mm, fuck, that's a slow bleed. Tried to full port into my wife last night, but only got half. What do? How to carry trade? Happy weekend. Thank you so much, Hung Options. Been away. How would you fill us in about that pickle jar idiot neutral trade? What is it? Um, it's just like well, it's supposed to be proof that you don't have to have any directionality in the trades you take to make money. So someone was complaining about, always picking the wrong direction. And so I was like, I wonder if you could just pick no direction and make money. And so that's kind of what I'm doing with it. What's up, bro? Sorry for all the times I was an idiot. That's not the real koala hugger. The real koala hugger would never apologize. Do you have Greeks on ABBV? Yeah? If you give me a second. Somewhere. Gamma Max is 188, which is, that's all that matters. Everything else is like $30 to the downside. Why is there so much fucking support here? Is it just futures? No. Already lost 53.50. Still need to lose 20. If we lose 20, we fall into some of the bot puts. They're selling in the money puts at 53.30. NQ 18.5, yeah. But how smart is it try to level up, like push up dispersion when the dollar is dropping? It seems fucking stupid. Hey, there goes 20. Nice. So quite a lot of fucking buyers on NQ at like 18.4. Falling a little deeper into the puts here. But as long as they hold 5,300, I don't think we get like a vol spike, right? So they just short it back down if we go under, or if we test 53. That would be my worry. Put it above here, start to squeeze out the puts on Q again. Hmm. A little bit of support down at 5305. Not a lot of puts to squeeze out in this range. So we just need to fall into bot puts. Fortunately, dispersion's breaking down a little bit, so that's kind of helping things out. So I think ES on its own probably wouldn't fail here. I'm about to declare bankruptcy. We're buying calls. I seem to remember RQ stocks was this group's forte. No? Lots of sold calls on Beyond at 7. Yeah, shitloads of them. Getting over 7's pretty big. Do you still have AQN? Yep. Packs and AQN. I bought more packs this week. Don't you fucking do it. Oh, you bitch. I'm glad I sold my AQN at 620 to buy back in. Nice. I averaged down a couple days ago. Cool. Yeah, if they hit their projected revenues for the year, it's gonna be awesome. Is shorting vol closer to the money here now? No. A little bit at 5,300. Not enough puts at 5,305 is the problem. Holy fuck, this is grindy. I think we should call it paxing our bags. Ooh, I like that. So I have like 30%, roughly 30% of my planned AQN position. Hmm. Correlation's not breaking down hard enough. Mm, breadth is still weak. Dollar's not gaining any strength. Falling against the yen still. BTC is down. Yields keep diving. Good for the 30-year to drop a little bit. Uh, hmm. There we go. That's a little bit. I have like a shitload of long puts, like all the way out to like 5280. They're just not getting any fucking momentum. Buyers on futures are just grabbing the dip. Beyond going to DN, it's got a ways to go, I think. It's also not on Reg Show, which I don't like. Delta Neutral and Gamma Max are falling back towards spot, but they're still pretty far away. GM's at like 1079. DN's at 871. Dealer Delta is picking up a little bit, but it's not skewed positively. Oh my fucking god. Sell off already. Jesus H. Christ. Going ham on those QQQ puts? I really don't feel like I'm going ham. I mean, it's like an NDX contract, right? Just with way better liquidity. Probably cost more money. Yeah. MQ looks so weak, but it's refusing to dump. That's annoying. Doesn't look that weak. I don't know about averaging this put down. And I think I'm going to stop him out on a breakout if we get a breakout. This might just fail here again. It's a fucking shitload of volume. Quite the struggle. A little bit of a downside gap there. Not a big one. Bears are really trying to push this down into all the puts below like 52.95. There's a lot of them. But right here we'll still have a little bit of an advantage. Yeah, Beyond's looking pretty bullish. Just see a lower high here. MQ looks so weak, but it's refusing to dump. QQQ gets a lower high here. Is that going to stay bearish? But it will turn bullish if SPX breaks 53.30. If SPX breaks 53.25, it gets pretty bullish. I still have 5330 call positions left over from yesterday, and they didn't all close on the first test. Fuck. Fucking shitload of volume. Um, Hear me out. Bull trap. Oh, but it's not. There's the 5360 test. There's some sold calls there too. Looks like it could be a head and shoulders. Like an ascending one? It's just an uptrend. yields are dropping a little bit. And pushing correlation really hard again. 3-month correlations back at like the lows from yesterday. And then, well, 1 month isn't, but bears suck sometimes, yeah. This is still a lower high on NQ. Although supportive positioning is still like at the money. But there's futures buyers. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Charm doesn't do too much here. So still puts below 53. Yep. This is a pretty solid amount of puts all the way out to like 52.50. And then it sort of falls off a bit. Mm. It's the wrong day for a straddle. That's possible. Hmm. It's pump. There's no calls here. They're not squeezing out the short calls, so why bother? D350 test possible? Yeah. 30s, I mean, above 30s bullish on the longer dated positioning. There's no fucking calls on the 0 DTs at all. All the calls are, well, there's calls, but they're all fucking sold. The only support here is 30. It's a decent support, I guess. But the 20 support pulled back. So if we lose 30, 15, 15 or 10. You're just getting a tiny bit of leverage with the dollar decline, and yields are pushing up again. Forward yield on vol is down at like 3% right now. Fed fund futures are staying pretty flat. I can't tell if it's a rescue mission or an actual pump. I think it was an. If it was durable, they'd be buying out of the money calls. I mean, there's like some out of the money calls at 50, but not very many. The in the money calls are getting buried though. And if those close at any point, this will rocket up. This looks well on its way to testing 5380. Oops. So we did an actual strong rejection that pushes us below 30 here. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Best I could do is a one red candle. Hold on, we'll see. Upstart got some juice here. I don't know how much juice it has. It's still above Gamma Max, isn't it? Maybe 40. 3750 is a tough test. It's still getting a little bit more liquid, so there's still some buyers. Ooh, gap down. Nice. It'd be better if it gapped down below fucking 30. Jesus Christ, I hate this fucking shit. Hmm. Interesting. Apple's on a mission today. News? Just big push into dispersion. Apple loves that shit. Nvidia's not picking up though. Tesla still looks like garbage. Microsoft's doing okay, but looks a little bit weak. Meta's doing really well. Amazon's doing pretty good. So Apple, Amazon, Meta. It seems like 30 could fail here. That would be ideal. Still selling calls on ABBV. Yeah. No, no change in the thesis. It's a gamma max right now. There's quite a lot of sold calls on it at 190 still. I'm sorry about to bust 3750. Uh, hmm, yeah, 40. I don't know if it's gonna squeeze off the calls there or not, but if it does, 40 or 42.50 are the next strikes that matter. 40 actually doesn't have a shitload of sold calls. Hmm. Delta goes negative at 53.20. Charm's just a tiny bit positive here. It's still too early in the day for it to matter, though. This is kind of starting to reject. Needs to fall back below 53.50 to confirm it, though. Did they sell any puts on the way up? Yeah, they sold a lot of puts. But they haven't been really aggressively selling them at spot. They're selling some, like now, at 40 and 50. But below 30, not much. We bought calls and sold puts at 30, so synth along. But no support under 30 really. I mean there's like a little bit of sold calls or sold puts, like 25-20, but barely any. And then there's a shitload of sold calls at 25 and 15, which we are going to start falling into if we lose 30, which would be dope. There's bought puts, but they're down at like 53, 15, 53.05, 5,300, and there's less bought puts than there were because of the pump. So we'll have to see if there's leverage back up again. I'm gonna move down if we get a continued move down. Ooh, some of the 30 calls took profits here. Red candle. Momentum's turning a little bit negative, but it's not there yet. Forward returns on the day are still negative, though. It's weird. Usually we don't get a trend day, like a positive trend day, on negative forward returns. Especially when the returns are negative at the top of the pump. I should have known from the stream card title. No neutral position today? Not yet. Hmm. Let's upstart have more room to the upside. Broke 37.50, right? Hold on. Gamma max is 37.75. Yeah, I could tap 40. There's mostly bot calls out there. Charm is pretty supportive at that price. A little bit of Vega exposure at 40. Yeah, 40. Maybe like 42.50. Well, they can't lose 30 because they don't have any support below it, so it's like they're the only real support in this range. And it's starting to become a little bit less supportive because there's some profit taking at spot. Yields and dollars started falling again, which is should start to turn correlation around, but it hasn't. I mean, it's like correlation's like flattened out, but it hasn't turned around yet. As far as momentum goes, we really just don't have very much. But I think this fails. But there goes 30 a little bit. Red Peter. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, now let's see what happens at 20. This 20 doesn't look very supportive now either. Yeah, they took profits at 20 already. Kind of choppy to the downside, but not that bad. Short calls go in the money at 25. Those are out of the money. And then more short calls out of the money at 15. Then more puts in the money at 53.10, 53.0, 50, 5300. And then pretty big support on the sold put side at 52.90. Perforate the orange trend line. Why? It's way less satisfying to break it if I perforate it. So we gain 30. Let's see how far this goes. Best I can do is support at every $5 level. Why is there way less volume today compared to the last couple of days? There's a shitload of futures volume. That's why we're up. Like volume per candle is lower than yesterday's bounce to the upside, but like the initial volume, but volume's staying fairly high. ES hasn't failed 5350 yet. Support here would kind of suck. These putos need to give up 18.5 or no fail. We'll see. I'm just testing VWAP now. I don't think it's going to be quick either way. They're going to fight for every fucking dollar down to 50, like down to whatever we drop to. But they're really not on the back foot unless we lose. I mean, we lost 53.30, which helps, but we really need to lose 53.20. As long as it doesn't take us all fucking day to retest 5300. or like 5305, then sorry. Gold at 2467. $1.15 down. Dollar's just like flat here. Oh. Forward yield on vol is starting to turn around a little bit. That might be a good sign. Kind of trading a bit below VWAP on NQ. Losing 52.25 a little bit. Let me see what's going on with Charm here. So I think under 52.25, Charm turns negative. It actually already is a little bit negative. And we need to lose 52.20 for Delta to go negative. Gamma goes negative at 53.06. It's pretty spread apart. You're still in Jimmy? No, not at all. True that you lost on cover calls? No, I sold. Roaring Kitty has 9 million shares, 9 million Chewy. Dude, he doesn't have both. What is it with the super stockers today? How do you sell SPX puts with only $2,500? You only need 2,000. I tried selling 5,300 zero DT. I need 500,000. You have to open a spread. You can't have. You can't have. I mean, you don't need. You don't need 500,000. You need portfolio margin, but you you have to sell a spread. You can't sell naked. I was kind of confused on him getting Chewy at the price he got it at. Although maybe he just sold right away. I don't think he filed anything though. Zero DTE 38p look appealing on BAC. They're only 5 to 7 cents, 20 cents out of the money. Zero DTE 38p on BAC. Finance wasn't doing very good today. Still not, but barely any drop. G okay, so BAC fails GN at 37.45. MM's supportive here. I mean, that's why the calls are cheap, but I feel like it might be worth shorting if it loses GN. I wouldn't short it above. Oh, you fucking bitch. This fucking positive gamma is bullshit. Oh yeah, I think he needs to file to sell Chewy. But I don't think he owns any more GMA. I mean, he closed all his options. And he didn't have $500 million. Why the fuck would you hold on to a company after the CEO lost you 250 million bucks? Look at the stream card. Now you know. I knew this morning. That's why I used the stream card. Why is AQN down 10% today? They cut their dividend and they sold off their renewable energy portfolio. Well, they got a buyer for their renewable energy portfolio. RC completely fucked him. It was kind of heartbreaking. It seemed like that was gonna obviously happen when GME's price went up that high, right? Searching WeBull. How do you spell SPX? Getting a few more bot puts out at like God, they're still selling puts below 53.20 though. Those are short puts, Nuke. Yeah. Yup. Fucking piece of shit. Double diamond top? No, it's not. I don't know if they're gonna save it. No, we rejected on 30, so that's maybe good. Not a very hard rejection. Still a fucking no momentum anywhere. Do you like the song Hero by Enrique Iglesias? No? But I do like Enrique Iglesias. It's like the Latin Justin Timberlake. I just read the post regarding JLW18. What a legend. Fuck yeah, he is. I'm so appreciative of the knowledge I've gained from you. I need to take more advantage of this beyond the degen stuff. Much love, Gherk. Thanks, JC. He will be missed. Stop saying no one knows. Everyone knows. It's extremely bullish to reinvest cash to make cash. Not when you're buying short-term treasuries. It's not the basis for a company. That's just a mutual fund. All of Supersonic's probably going to find out at some point that a company can be worth less than its cash on hand. What was the glitch that JLW18 found in the market? He would take like 10% of his 0 DTE gains and strangle the end of day close. It's not a terrible strategy. Um, but you need to win. You need to win more often than you lose. If you pick the wrong days to do it on or don't manage your risk, you can lose a lot of fucking money really fast. Bearish consolidation on Tesla, bullish consolidation on Nvidia. Yeah. Yeah. Like intraday, I mean, intraday Nvidia looks like dog shit, but over the longer run, it's probably going to stabilize around here as it moves towards earnings. It starts squeezing out short calls. It's got a lot of short calls on the chain. Yeah, no problem. If able to speak on it, what did you mean you pointed him toward the JPM collar to keep his money growing in his absence? We wanted a long-term asset with growth potential that, wouldn't be affected by significant drawdowns, and so I told him about JexQ, which is like risk-adjusted S&P 500 returns. That's what the collar is. That's what the collar is sold for. Like the JPM collar is sold for that fund. Even more important is strict successful trading for each day. Entered the 15 MTEs. If he wasn't making money already those days, he wouldn't have 10%. Yep. When's the pre-SLD period you mentioned? Now? Now through next Wednesday? Market open next Wednesday? SPX lower highs look bearish, but with no momentum, this is just gonna chop. Yeah, I mean that's the problem is we're not getting any momentum, and then we're getting spikes in gamma that keep bouncing us because gamma's positive here on the zero DTEs. So we keep getting like these hard upside moves that bleed off, right? But they're not bleeding off at a rate that's fast enough for us to get any bearish momentum. Because as long as we stay above, like, you know, positive delta, positive gamma, we're not going to have, like, our upside moves are going to outweigh the downside moves, despite there not being any, like, buyers here. Right? So, you know, when you find a buyer, their price improvement performance outweighs the sellers over the same time period, right? And so over time, you're getting an uptrend largely due to the positioning. But if we fail, I guess it's about '08 now. Um, then you know that would generate larger continuation to the downside. So, like I said, 55.20 was a big deal. Honestly, the upside not that big of a deal because no one's buying any fucking calls. It's mostly just sold puts. Looks like they're going for the gap fill just under 53.50 on SPX. I think that gap's already filled. Did you do the idiot trade today? Not yet. It's not filled? Yeah, it is. Are you talking about this one? That's way higher. That's like 83. But this got filled already. Let me check on the 5 minute. But yeah, that filled already. 53. There's no gap at 53.46. Where? 53.46, 56. Oh, nice. Oh, there goes 20. Awesome. That's the good stuff. There goes NQ 18.5 too. 15's possible support. 53.05 and 53.15 are both possible supports here, but less strong with negative delta. something like that. Gamma not negative yet, though. Where does gamma go negative? Gamma goes negative at like 53.13-ish. So we need to lose like this level right here. And do not want to bounce back above 20. More straight down, please. That would be cool. Let's see what happens. We did finally get the ES rejection, but we need to lose like 53.35. Yeah, 53.35. Yields are moving up. Dollar's still flat. Correlation's starting to turn around a little. So maybe we get a better sell-off in tech. I don't like that forward yield on vol is so low. Like, even on these downside moves, we're not going to pick up volatility unless we start squeezing out the short puts. Which we will do if we keep falling. 5310. 5300. Yeah. Stopped out, but I made $6. Nice. It's a start, but it's far from a full breakdown. Seems like a pump back over 5320 is still quite doable. Yeah, it definitely is. Hopefully the short vol just pulls back because delta's negative, and then we get some more vol spikes and some more downward price action. Gonna take that. Carry trade leverage is picking up. So yeah, like you're going a little bit of short balls getting scared out. If I squeeze any harder, I'm gonna get a Hemi. Guys, instead of talking about this boring market, let's talk about Italian sausages instead. Gherk, what's your favorite garlic and fennel? Let's talk about buttered sausage. No, not fentanyl. Fennel. Ew, I hate fennel. Well, it's okay. You're wrong. It's fennel seed. It's a little bit different. Spicy with fennel's nice too. Oh yeah, yeah. I like those white German pork sausages that you buy and they taste like nothing. Bavarian bratwurst, the flavorless sausage. It's just pork. It's like pork and white pepper. The only way to get any flavor out of them is to cook them over a like a flame. Yeah, it's just a flesh tube. The German cuisine is not the greatest. German cuisine is somehow worse than Irish cuisine. I don't think schnitzel's inherently German. Austrian? German spices, vinegar, salt, pepper. That's it. How strong is the 5315 support? Moderate. That's decent. Not, I would say not unbreakable, but we're gonna probably need QQQ to sell off a bit to push things through. I think if we continue to consolidate under 20, that's pretty bearish here over the next like hour or so. It's just gonna take a really fucking long time for anything to happen because of the way the support's structured between here and 5,300. It's not that the buy side's strong. It's really not. It's just that there's a lot of supportive like short puts. I'm out of the call side, but Ivy Crush killed my straddle. I think we need to sell some SQQQ calls. That's what set off our downside move last week. Harvested the fattest cucumbers I've ever seen for my garden today. The whole pickle jar could fit in this bad boy. I think I'm gonna pickle just this one and put it in a display case. Have you ever invited any nuns into your cucumber patch to find out if the old adage is true? What adage? I don't know. My grandpa used to say it. It's like wetter than a nun at in a cucumber patch. Maybe it was just him. He was a degenerate. I'm stealing that. I've heard sweating like a nut in a cucumber patch. Okay, I think that's just the more like polite version. You said something about Hicks and 2 pairs of boots. I don't remember. I gotta commend your comedic structure and timing on that joke. You could have just blurted it out when someone said big cucumber, but you reeled everyone in with the grandpa story. That's the best way. Was that the same grandpa that said as long as you have a moist hole, you're not broke? Yep. He was a Renaissance man. I wouldn't want to work with that guy, Danarchy. I wish I got advice like that from my grandpa. He told me a lot of good ones. Grandma must have been built of stern fortitude. Well, he had a few families, so, she didn't have to deal with them that much. My grandpa always told me you can't be racist if you hate everyone. My grandpa used to say something like this. Like, you can't, I'm not racist, I hate everybody equally. Which, yeah, it worked for him. Didn't you have nuns as teachers at one point? Yeah. Bigotry is cool as long as you're consistent. He was he was born in like the 20s, so I'm not gonna try to figure out his frame of mind. Did your grandpa have a variation of the old hot dog down the hallway? No, but he did tell me to only pay hookers 50% up front. So, thrifty. Did the nuns ever want to savor a taste of your pickles? No? The nuns were far less creepy than the priests. Is that where you got your 50% stop loss mentality? My grandfather was a vegetarian, conscientious objector. Fun. So close to gamma going negative. Oh, negative gamma. Almost. Charm's a little bit negative here. We're almost negative on gamma. So close. We're like $2 off of it. That's literally what we keep bouncing on. Like every bounce here has been on negative gamma. So if we fail below the low, gamma's gonna flip negative, which could actually drive maybe a sell-off, hopefully. I would VIX 60 every day, right? Oh shit. Nope. Wait. Nope. One more hour added to the clock. I'd be more worried about that one being a reversal. I guess as long as we don't get back to positive delta, which is still at 20. Just a shitload of NQ buyers at 18,450. Descending channel breakout? No. Well, it got rejected. But possibly not rejected hard enough. Fucking annoying. Selling a shitload of puts at spot. Hmm. Just view up. Sold a metric fuck ton of puts at 55 or 53.20 just now. But if we fail here, all those puts are going to squeeze. Don't think we will. It's ridiculous positioning. What the fuck? A huge amount of leverage. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Why would this go down now? I mean, they sold the puts on the cross over to positive delta. But if we don't stay above positive delta, those puts are going to squeeze back out on the downside move. Are we stagflating? Where's JPAV? I don't know. I guess no one wanted to pay him to say nothing again. I'm playing a Brooklyn Bull tonight with Juvenile. I put you and a +1 on my guest list. Come through if you're not doing anything. Huh. Interesting. Brooklyn. I'll think about it. Thanks. If you do show up, do you collect the $250,000 Ponta fee? I assume so. Looks like Bears are cooked on a break of 53.25. No, but we'd probably go back up to 40 again. So wait it out because it's only 12:30. I didn't have VIX to 19 on my bingo card. Yeah. Big day for Vol Crush. So far. Well, now they have puts near the money, which is a first. And so those can get squeezed. So a little more confident that they could fuck this up. Definitely more momentum to be gained on the downside move now after they sold all those puts at 53.20. In my opinion, they're more confident that they won't fuck this up. I don't know if desperately selling 53.20 puts in an attempt to keep Delta from going negative is like a bullish take. But you could be right. Solid rejection could light the tinderbox. Just need momentum to swing the other way a little bit. At least now that's more possible. All day they were selling puts at like fucking 52.90, 52.10. So having the sold puts right at the money at least means if there is a downside move, it can actually move. So you're a good spot for the idiot trade. Oh, probably not. Well, maybe. Ooh, dork. That would be the good stuff. What ultimately causes them to give up just shorting vol into in perpetuity? Well, eventually they sell vol too close to the money, right? And in order to pump into, sold calls, and then if the sold calls win, right? People keep selling calls. Eventually they squeeze themselves out, right? They keep having to ramp up leverage over and over. And to do that, you need to keep selling closer and closer and closer to the money. And when you start piling a bunch of short puts up right at the money, any failure means whoop. Oh no. Sounds very degen. Well, it's just people just selling puts and calls, right? The price goes up and down, and eventually that consolidates into one very tight price range, and then someone wins. Someone won. It's not retail; it's institutions. Mm. Maybe. Diamond top in the 1 hour? Yeah, a little bit. Sloppy. No, I haven't forgotten about my pet. Futures testing 5350. Yeah. Well, rejected on the breakout of 5350. Still need to fail 35. 5350 was a tough resistance all last night. Yeah. No. 5360. It only broke up like once, and then it got rejected at like 70. Hmm. Is 5330 make or break for this upside? Probably. Mm, nope. Charm is still positive here. So we need to lose 20 again. As long as we stay under 30. How much longer I want to wait for this? 2 days of bearish consolidation. No major failures. Better not diamond hand those puts. I might. If this fails, will it be fantastic? If it goes under 20, yeah. Hasn't failed yet, though. Oh. We're more likely for a spicy SLD. Now we're below DN. Well, we're below DN on the weekly, and we're probably still more likely to mean revert before SLD. But if we get to SLD and we're still under GNDN, then yeah, that's usually really bearish. I will say that the August OPEX is not that big. A little bit of delta falling off here. We're getting some profit taking on the short puts. But not enough. Haven't we sold off into every one of the last 3 weekends? It doesn't matter. Today's not last week. If Bull squeeze out sold calls, how high could SPX go into end of day? Like test of 53.75? Yeah, like 50. Well, yeah, 53.70 ish, maybe. Looking for. I want to see if the 53.20 puts get squeezed out. Or if they try to sell puts higher and those get squeezed out. So far, they're not selling too many puts at spot. A little bit at 30, but those were mostly already there. Forty, 45. Hmm. Let's test. What was the higher? Like 340. This just looks bullish now. Yeah, it does. Do you think Upstart's run can continue next week? Maybe. It's gonna need some more out of the money call buying. Looks like it rejected at what, 38.50 today? So consolidate around 36 and then see if more call buying pops up out of the money. Right, that's the test of the short calls. Speaking of which. There doesn't have to be a drop after this, though. That's the problem. This was a kind of a crazy push. Once this fails really quickly, it's gonna squeeze. Um, do this. It's only 118. Pump's not finished. Give me 20 VIX. Ideally now. Hmm. Hmm. VIX Crush Fridays. Yep. It's more like dollar up than VIX has anything to do with it. Carries at 73. Hmm. Delta turns neutral at 20 or negative at 25. Gamma's still 15 though. One second. Microsoft looking bullish for 410. Maybe next week. I don't know if it's gonna get there today. Yeah, there's a bit of resistance. The video looks fucking terrible. There's profit taking here, but not enough. What's up, Steve-O? Why does Canada have such high taxes on their citizens? I don't fucking know. They voted for them? How is QQQ pushing so hard with terrible Nvidia? Apple and Microsoft are up. Meta's up a bunch. Apple's fucking killing it. It's just climbing up all day. We're just squeezing now? No. Well, we're inside some of the sold calls. Like the bigger pile of sold calls. But they're at like 45, so they're not super at risk. Not yet. Pushed right into them though. This was fucking nuts. The two 10 BPS candles on the breakout. It's still really early though. The ball's definitely still high enough that we can have big swings. I don't know if we're gonna get one, but okay, if they squeeze off the sold calls, we're going to like 70 or 75 though. What are you fucking on about, Smooth? Here. It's likely this week has been short volatile to de-risk after Monday. Or aiming to keep the music going a little longer. Oop. That breakup's bad. Bad for short calls. As soon as I switch to full bull, we'll crash. Yep, here's the squeeze. Fucking cunts. Think I got a good 15 minutes at expiry? Maybe. If we test. We're just gonna go for like 75 here, right? Yeah. Any resistance here? Not much. There's a little bit of resistance at 60. Call's already squeezing. Profit taking? Maybe. Not a lot. Still holding 50. Oh, sorry. The carry trade got deleveraged a lot on that move. It got leveraged up. Up. Got leveraged up. It's gone up most of the day. Beyond's pushing 7, over 7. Check the 6 3-month spread. There's not a lot of leverage in those. It's too volatile. Also, the relationship on the short dated spread is inverse generally. Bull's gonna give up here. So much work. My 0DT 750 beyond. About to prompt. Nice. My synthetic longs are at break even now. 2 months later. I still need it to go above 8 for them to print. Hmm. I forgot that. Okay. Time to pick up 5,000 SPX puts before SLD. Yeah, maybe debit spreads. Push up from here is... yeah, there's still like $25, $20 more range to the upside if we keep squeezing out those short calls. They're selling puts at 50. buying? Buying puts at 50? Is that fucking backwards? Oh, backwards, yeah. 嗯 Yeah, the next pile of calls to squeeze off is like 65, 70. This 5x might be on call. Love it. Nice. Where can Beyond go today? Delta neutral's at like 813, something like that. So a little bit above 8. If it keeps pushing. Not on reg show though, so careful. mm, Under 50 is a failure. Dude, Beyond's fucking ripping. Holy shit. Nice. Gamma neutral's at $10. It's the next stop. Beyond halted. Beyond merging with Upstart for soy-based mortgages. Nice, Dork. Is there some kind of news on this? Because that's a fucking crazy move. I don't see any news on it. No. I better not fucking gap down before I can close my sense. The unreleased AI Patty press release earlier, but that doesn't mean anything. They filed a 10Q like last night. It says suspended. Hold on, let me look what for. It should be. Yeah. It's unsuspended. It's just a limit up level, yeah. Alright, let's fucking go. I'm going to keep it under gamma neutral, in my opinion. It's above gamma neutral. Market's done squeezing calls. Well, we ran into a wall. Not necessarily, but there's some more bot calls building below spot, so we might pull back down to like. What's the next support? 35.40. There's a little bit of in the money profit taking. Not too many of the calls on the upside got squeezed out, but we're still sitting in a big pile of sold calls right now. $5,300 end of day. I'll actually be pissed. What's more likely, 53 or 54? For what? What dare are those big pile of sold calls we're sitting in right now? What? Oh, this piece of shit.
SPX. If it fucking tanks after I get stopped out, I'm gonna be fucking angry. No way it's going all the way down. Um. Hmm. I'm not sure that NQ has any support between 18.6 and 18.5. At least those are still the same price I sold them at. Hmm. Uh, hmm. GME is doing stuff now. Not a lot of stuff. It is getting pretty illiquid though. OPEX? You try to get out of the beyond play now, or will this continue? I got stopped at a sum, but it might continue. It's getting shorted a little bit. Some profit taking. I think there's a lot of profit taking. Right now, I mostly just care about getting out of the short puts at 6. Oh, getting out of the long calls. I have a lot more time on the long calls. Why is it everything but Fubo? Fubo next. Yeah, no. Probably nothing on Fubo until a decision's made in the trial, right? Yeah, I don't know how much support we have at 40. I don't think there's much. Delta flips negative at 30 now. Gamma at 25. I think it just matters if we get like if we don't get support on NQ at 18.6, I'm not really sure there's any support to the downside on it. Well, at least down to like 18.5. There's definitely support at 18.5. So it could be a meme day. I don't know. Some of them might just be pumping. Like Beyond might just be pumping because of post earnings positioning, right? I don't really see any other memes taking off. Not hard, at least. Beyond's back above GN. What's the ticker for NQ on Webull? It's NQ main, MAIN. Weird head and shoulders on NQ. On like the 1 hour. And NQ is just like this is just a megaphone, right? Broadening wedge. That's why I stayed short so fucking long. No, one of the reasons. When wedge dump? Maybe Monday morning. That's the risk, right? Do you have any expectations for next week? I feel like bulls are gonna keep trying to push for the mean reversion before SLD, but I don't know if they will. And we could mean revert down too, right? Like we could pull back to DN before the inflation prints. That's that's another possibility. Where we're at right now, I mean, if we push up really hard, we'll start to squeeze out a shitload of in the money puts. Um, but we could also just fail here, and like the closer neutral point would be delta neutral. Didn't SunPower have earnings? Or did they skip them? Aren't they bankrupt? What did Bulls do to pump to 60? Sold shitloads of puts and squeezed out some at the money calls. It's a lot of DTE for 6 cents because it's being priced for bankruptcy. Bobby got like that before it ran. You could get like $8 calls on Bobby when it was down at like $5 for like fucking 10, 15 cents for like 90 DTE. I can't Bears sell a metric ton of calls and squeeze out the sold puts. I mean, most of the Bears did sell calls. They just sold them all in the pre-market and into the like market open. And they were all at like 70, 50 and up. 50 to 70. The problem is they just didn't keep selling calls intraday. They could have been more aggressive around 53.15. They just weren't. Do those calls make profits? Yeah. A lot. It went up to like $25. Hmm. Slipping a little further. Is that beyond rip? Someone getting liquidated or a margin call? I think the hedge just flipped. It's still up too. It's above GN still. Sold off. Yeah, this is an interesting spot for beyond, because if it bounces more here, it could really move like $10. Wouldn't douche canoe channel for what? Duh, canoe. Oh, I see. That's a good name. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. All right. If QQQ fails and my fucking puts I held all day end up printing, I'm quitting. I'm quitting until Monday morning. They got stopped out. At least the pickle jar is making money. That would be quite justified. Is NQ gonna fail here to 18.5? There's not a lot of support between 18.6 and 18.5. So, yeah, it could. DJT Jr. is starting a crypto platform. Of course. Bearish consolidation on QQQ. QQQ rejected off the long-term trend and is now failing the 30 on the was it the 15 minute? What do I have it set on? The 5 minute. It's not particularly bullish. The dispersion's finally breaking down, but I mean, too little, too late. I've been able to watch, but I just noticed. What is the pickle jar idiot neutral trades? Sell side positions with not a lot of directional bias. No directional bias, ideally. Um, somebody was just like complaining about never picking the right direction on the market, and so I was gonna see if I could prove that you don't really need to pick one. Or at least you don't have to pick a binary direction. I'm not really sure what I'm doing with it. I didn't have any kind of set plan. They've all been directionally bearish. No, that's not true. One was neutral bearish, one was just neutral. Chaotic bearish is better. Well, one was a inverse condor. The other one was an inverse condor that I sold a credit spread against. That one didn't do great, but I still made like $200 off of it. Fucking 1,800 in risk or something. I think it was 1,500 in risk. Would you add debit 53, 40, 45s to today? I was gonna sell the rest of the Condor on a rejection, but the rejection keeps continuing, so I haven't sold the put side yet. But yeah, it's at some point I would like to sell the other half of the spread. But when we tested 55, the drawdown was like 18%. So otherwise I would have cut it. And then we failed back to 45, so then I was obviously going to just keep holding them. I thought we were squeezing above 45.50. We got rejected and they sold more calls. I had the bear calls, but it stopped at negative 30. You hit negative 30 on them? Oh, did you have 40 45s? Or 45 50s? Wonder if we get support at 30 here. Hmm. Cut my SPX puts. Hmm. Oh, ball's getting shorted back down. Wonder if that fails. Dispersion's still kind of falling apart a little bit. I pressed it here, but high or low. Forward yield on volatility started to pick back up again, but it's still below risk-free rate. I don't think this is a good place to sell puts. Is it a good place to sell puts? Probably, but I don't want to. Hmm. Delta's almost negative. Delta goes negative under 30. Gamma under 35. Oh, maybe it just keeps failing. Oh, there goes my synthetic lungs. Oh well. That was fun for 5 minutes. Weird burst of covering. I don't even think I made money on that. I think it's just break even. Lamb. See you in 3 months, my love. Hmm. QQQ bull flag. Where? No? What time frame? Like this? The just the bounce off of 50? Or 40 449.50? I don't think so. That's not I mean, sure, I guess. It's just a reversal. Well, an attempt at a reversal. Bull flag on the weekly. Also not that. Probably continue down if ES support breaks. At 60? Yeah, but we kept finding support earlier at 50 and 40, so I mean, I don't know how much more down we would get. Yes, current price is 53.60, right? Making sure I have correct ticker. Yeah. 53, 59.50. I love it when SPX drops. It's like a warm hug with money. A warm money hug. I don't like that we could find support here. I don't know if we do. Delta's barely positive right here. But if we hold above this, they probably try to pump into end of day. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I'm here. What's up? This is this is, well, Delta's actually negative here, I think. Slightly. Did we just tap gamma? So we need another failure. No, I was just typing something. No, Delta's still just slightly positive. Fucking son of a bitch. Charm's negative here. So yeah, we'd have to lose 30, which I'm not sure we're gonna do. Hmm. In honor of the idiot trade, check DMs. uh. Hmm. Speaking of the idiot trade, I feel like it's up 50%. I should just close it. I'm not gonna sell puts here because not unless we slip to negative delta. Yeah. If held to expiry, it does not count as a. Well, I think it depends on your broker, but it shouldn't count as a day trade. I was gonna add on Facebook for Keith Gill masterclass on finding investment opportunities. He definitely sold. That's just like a scam. It's been going around since he started tweeting about GME again. Yeah, I'm gonna close these. Oops. God damn it. You call him an idiot trade if you close when you're up? What? The video's in a coma. Yeah, if you sold puts, if we slipped into negative delta, with the idea being that's where the bulls would start fighting by selling more puts. Yes. If we close over 45 today, that's probably pretty bullish into Monday. If we close under or at 5,300, maybe bearish into next week. I'm not sure if 5,300 is low enough. Or did I get fucking kicked out of the voice channel again? Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. Hmm. Another test of 60. Well, we bounced off of the negative delta point, so not necessarily, but I think if we keep climbing, maybe. Um, Tricky. Yeah, we could move back up to 50. Doesn't seem like there's that much resistance there. Below 30, we could drop pretty hard down to like 53.10. Above 40, we can get to 50. I think pretty easily. Well, somewhat easily. It seems like everyone on the XFX channel is sad. That's reasonable. I think support here, I mean, is bullish, right? It's bullish consolidation still. If NQ breaks that trend to the upside, it's probably going to break out again. So is that like 56.25? I'd say the best chance of a failure for SPX is 53.40. I've had a hard couple of days after killing it during the biggest big vol. Yep, vol crush is usually not fun to trade. You get a lot of stagnation and chop, which stops you out. And then you get massive moves that you miss out on. $43.45 end of day. It's ridiculous. $53.45? What's left in the tank here for SPX? Dollar got railed up from 103. VIX went up. Dixie goes to bed here soon. If the dollar falls, I think index will probably fall alongside it. But right now, it's pretty stable. $53.45 is not unreasonable. I would agree that that's also probably our most likely closing price. I don't know. There's a lot of there's a lot of exposure at 30 and 55, so we'll see. We'll see what breaks down into close. Can we get another Beyond squeeze? That was fun. It was mediocre. Maybe. I don't know. I found a higher low. It's I wouldn't really be bullish on it unless it moved above gamma neutral again, though. That was some fucking weird price action. Sometimes that's all it gets when it blows off exposure. But the tips are still crossing, so I got out of my short puts at 6, but I still have all of my lead calls, which sucks. Well, most of them. Wow, fail. Ooh, fancy. I don't think it matters. It only matters if we fail under 30. It's better for the Bears to get a rejection on 40, but Still selling GoEV puts? No. I sold a few like back when we were trading at like 150, like 160. That was like last week. What were we trading at? Like 165 ish, somewhere around there. I forgot Ko-Fi isn't working. Oh shit. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with that. I'm not sad. I blew up half my pour today, but I'm still not a pour. Fuck the pours. Q, maybe I'm just a little sad. How did you blow up half your port? How will Kendra grace us with his beautiful verbiage if Ko-Fi is broke? I don't know. I'm not really sure how to fix it either. When Tesla back to 190 rejects off of 200, which it hasn't done yet, Tesla looks kind of bullish, especially if he keeps pressuring those short calls. Also, don't trade and drive. Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good way of losing money. This fucking piece of shit. You can see EWJ under 64 next week. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, the recovery on Nikkei has not been very impressive. I'd say it's probably possible. Is there enough liquidity to short it? Round bottom breakout on Beyond. Yeah. Alright. Power hour in a couple of minutes. Yep. Saucer bus. I mean, we're just like sitting in the middle of all the positioning. There's really not a lot going on at spot. The devs do something. Anime seems to be at a cultural saturation point with baggy clothes zoomers. If that ends, Japan's gonna have no culture left to export. Then what happens? We keep buying their cars? Next week's probably gonna be pretty interesting. I'm still kind of interested in how this week ends. In 1 hour? Yeah. I have a feeling that we're not going to squeeze off the mountain of sold puts underneath us, but I would love to. What about the sold calls above us? Yeah, it's actually also possible. They're a little bit better defended than the short puts, at least right here. If we're above 45, they're massively at risk, but here the short puts are more at risk than the calls. Where'd that even take us? 5,300, 53, maybe like 5310 or 5315. I don't know if we'd see the underside of that. Even if we did fall there, there's probably enough long puts that we'd just fucking bounce on profit taking. Probably could have thought about that more considering I drive a Toyota. Then please don't call it a massive mountain. I mean it is. It's a huge amount of exposure. Hunger, the exposure, the huger the exposure, the more motivated they are to rip it into close. Bulletproof logic. I mean, bears sold calls that are in the money still, whereas there's not very many in the money sold puts here. Either way, the end of day is probably going to be super fucking violent because all the options are sold. Or the MM is a total chat and we close exactly at 53.35. How is the charm here? That's a good question as we approach power hour or in power hour. Ever so slightly negative. No, no, just fucking actually flat. it's it's actually zero. Let's see, where the fuck would that change? So below 35, we'd be more negative. Above 35, above 40, positive. Mm-hmm. 5,300 impossible? Very, very unlikely. We'd have to have like a huge sell off into close. Sell side rocks. Nice. Never tell me the odds. Vana wouldn't go negative unless we dropped below like 5,300. Hmm. That's moving towards bullish. Something's gonna get squeezed, probably. Yeah. I really want to just like buy some like 70s and see what happens. Ooh, they're pretty cheap. The spreads are too damn expensive. Yeah, yeah, they are. This long puts above us. Bears fucking didn't push us below or into negative gamma. So if the long puts at 50 and 55 close, we could push up to 75. On a breakout of 45. No, there's bears. They're just not. They were more aggressively positioned earlier today, but they gave it up. So many ads. Get an ad blocker. I have them like turned off, so you shouldn't really be getting any at all. At least 10 over 7 hours. It doesn't sound like a ton. I haven't I haven't seen an ad on YouTube in years. All right, Bulls. This is your shot. Do it. I got 3 in the first 15 minutes of the stream, but none since then. I don't know. There's no like rhyme or reason to it. I've tried to figure it out. Block it or get YouTube Premium. I don't know what to tell people. Pretty sure if you turn them off, YouTube runs some for themselves. Yeah, if the channel's monetized, they can do whatever they want. Their names for them, they're usually named like after the like second or third derivative or fourth or fifth derivative. Like Volga. Volga is like D Vega D Vol, which is like the Voma of Voma. Or there's Color, which is the Voma of Gamma, right? D Gamma D Time. Sound like X-Men villains. There's Zoma. Quit making up words. I can't. That's how it's designed. Face melt's at 5400. I'm ready. They just have no. They just have stupid names like D Gamma D Gamma, or like Color Zoma, or Zoma Ultima, or Veda Voma, or Zoma Zoma, which is like the rate of change in Zoma with respect to itself. Yeah. Zoma 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 Chameleon. Use Zoma in a sentence. When volatility rises, market makers need to monitor Zoma in order to understand how to hedge their gamma properly. Have several extra chromosoma. None of us know if that was correct. You guys want to talk about like the rate of change or the sensitivity of Vega to the rate of change in Vega squared or IV squared? There's so many orders, Pisty. How did Bulls fuck that up? Short puts closed? Another red candle that won't matter in 30 seconds, right? Actually, I think it might matter a lot. That wasn't a great place to fail. Let's see where it gets support. If it's above 35, it's probably fine. If it falls below 35, it gets weird. Left a gap though, so probably just profit taking on short puts. Hmm. USD JPY started falling. Hmm. IWM looks super shitty. Would it be on pump and dump? No idea. How does Nvidia look? Fine if it stays above 100. A lot better if it goes above 105. Still kind of bearish though. Bearish consolidation over the last several days. Well, since it hit 90. I'd be careful with that one though, because they have earnings in what, 2 weeks? Three weeks? 2.5 weeks? When volatility starts to rise on that, it could start squeezing out the sold calls. GLD do a cup and handle on the daily. I'm thinking about longing it. Sort of. Like, you mean from April till now? Not really. It's in a consolidation trend. I mean, in the short term, I think it probably fails as people hedge the possibility of a higher dollar, and analyst estimates are projecting an increase in inflation. If we don't see an increase in inflation next week, um, I would probably consider going long again on a test of the trend here. So, like, 24. But this looks like it's gonna fail. Then maybe. But that'll depend on CPI, PPI. Have you joined the gold bear side? No. I still think it's dangerous to short it. I mean, none of the instruments I would use to short it would I want that exposure. I also don't think the range is worthwhile. Like, I don't think it's gonna fail back to back to like 2100 or anything like that. I think at most maybe it gets back to 23, and that's probably not very likely right now either. Is 75 in play still? Okay, so 75 is the very edge of the like short call positioning, right? So okay, if we move up above 45 and bulls get some momentum, they could squeeze out the calls up to 70, maybe 75. But it's really super fringe, right? There's a reason the options are 20 cents. It's not because they're likely to print. 20 cents for now. You trying to get me to buy more? I don't. If you want to short golds, find your weird uncle's bullion, take it from him when he's not looking, drive to a different state, and sell it to someone else's weird uncle. Nice. They're not likely to print Wessel's pretzels. Not likely. Are you guys buying like fucking 15-cent options with the expectation that they're gonna go in the money? Oh Jesus Christ. I don't even have a 5375. It's called Hope. This is just a gambling den. You guys got 20 cents I can borrow. What did you just do? I bought another contract on confirmation. I need to become a market maker. I'm in the wrong fucking business. Did you pay more than 15 cents? Of course. Let's get ES 5400 end of day. I said ES 5400, not SPX 5400. That'd be ridiculous. I profited off a put today. Nice. Is long put still not closing? Not yet. No. Puts are still being bought at 40 in the money. But we're above 45 and above 50, it gets real tricky. I wonder how high we could actually go. Huh. That'd be fucking crazy. Oh, 337. That's bad. Lost 45. Hold at 42. I think this is profit taking. I want to stop these out. 15 cents. Hmm. Okay, the in the money. In the money short calls are gone. Mm, hmm. Like 50-70 spread. I don't know. We probably just close here. Where did the Bears go? Keeping us from going to 5,400 right now. This isn't exactly bullish. I mean, it's going to be hard to squeeze those calls. There's a lot of them. This would be a great opportunity to get vol back below 20 before the weekend. Can I just gently squish them? I don't think that's an option, Dave. I'm laughing. They still can't get it out of backwardation. They might not be able to for quite some time. Sold calls? Every strike from 50 out to 75, 80. I'm just hearing reasons why to go long Tesla into the weekend. I was thinking about doing that too. Is there a website that tracks historic IV for stocks? Yeah, mine. I actually don't know who else does it. Chill. I mean, yeah. Nobody does that. No. I feel that we should be buying Jan 25 VIX 30 leaps for 150 each. What gave you that idea? Hmm. Isn't 50 and 55 loaded with puts? There's puts at 50 and 55, but there's significantly more sold calls at both of those strikes than there are puts. And there's short puts at 45, like a fuck ton of them. I'm gonna double down on those calls now that they're basically free. Maybe. If we get back above 45. Otherwise, I'm gonna cut them at 5 cents. So flat end of day? Very likely. Well, somewhere between like 40 and 50 is the most likely close. Also, Vol's not getting shorted particularly hard, right? I mean, it's being shorted consistently all day, but never. We're not seeing like huge amounts of short vol pile in or anything, which generally you see before they try to squeeze sold calls because they need so much leverage to do it. Mm. Do the puts at 45 make it harder to break above that? Mm, the sold puts? No. Well, uh, approaching them, yes, but once you get them in them out of the money, then no. What's your weekend plans? I don't know yet. I have a lot of work to do this week, and into next week, and I don't think that is really gonna end anytime soon. If Tesla holds 200 into close, I'll buy a call. Alright. Never mind. Should I put some butterflies here? Sure, fuck it. Right, the tug of war. You mean boring as fuck? Interesting. Lose 40. No. Yep. That's still possible. No, it might be possible to close at like 50 or 35, but it's 70's gone. There's only like 6 minutes left. We're up to $9 and beyond with shorts covering. I think it was just the hedge flipped on the push up. We got above the $7 strike and they had to hedge off and reprice the options. That was also like when the market pumped like fucking crazy too. Open Monday, VIX 60 again. Possible. You're picking up 823 expiration out of the money spreads. Like bought at 5,300 and 5,400, 50 wide for inflation next week. Thought if I buy today, I could avoid IV pumping Monday, Tuesday. Thoughts? I'm not sure IV is going to pump Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, some CI. Well, there were like rumors that it was going to split, but yeah, I don't think so anymore. My daily 15-minute to extra YOLO in honor of JLW18 is Pickle Jar's version of pouring some out for the homies. Yep. I don't think I'll ever be able to buy another option at the end of the day without thinking about that. I'm gonna miss him. He was a cool guy. Did he die? I actually don't know if he died yet, but he's passing away. He has like stage 4 cancer. He like came in the other night and kind of said his goodbyes to everybody. So I wish Freg would have said goodbye to before he died. Freg didn't die. The Freg's just gone. Onward delusional. I don't know. I feel like this is nailing it. As long as we stop fucking going up, knock it off. Oh, you fucking bitch. Oh, we're good. We're good. It's all good. Right? No. There's that vol short that we fucking wanted half an hour ago. Anyway. Ding ding. Alright, well, the pickle jar made more money now. Six fucking better at trading than I am. Did you enter the idiot trade? Like fucking 8 minutes ago? Well, one of the idiot trades. Although both idiot trades were perfect. I should have just left the short calls open till close. Anyway. So we traded up into the upper range of the consolidation yet again, closing out the day not only above 5,300 but above 5,325. Still haven't broken through that 5,350 level. However, if we do, we're going to start to push into the longer dated in the money puts, and that is the point at which a squeeze to the upside could be triggered. If that does happen into the beginning of next week, we would be looking towards like fucking gamma neutral, delta neutral, gamma neutral before the inflation prints. So probably fairly bullish. Um, yes, still in a neutral range, but not very far from that 5,400 breakout. Um, I guess this could still fail, but that seems fairly unlikely. VIX futures are now below 20. VIX is down to 2036. Commodities, not a lot of movement today. Gold moved up and copper, but silver's down. The dollar was pretty stagnant between like 8 down to 16 down today. And as the dollar rose into the back half of the day, that offered up a little bit more leverage. Yields are pretty flat. Correlation declined almost all day long, pretty consistently across the board, but no big moves, right? Just a constant grind. Um, Forward yield on volatility ended the day at 3.99. The carry trade levered up to 7.02. Not a very big move on the carry trade today, but higher than it was at this morning a little bit. Bond vol's pretty flat. Correlation on the 3 month continues to drop as more dispersion trading is entered, more tail risk pulled back. 44.13% of the S&P above its 30-day moving average, 20-day moving average. And we're getting a little bit of vol shorting, finally enough to start to drive correlation more negative, but still 95.36% at the end of the week. I mean, those are probably going to stay strongly correlated for some time, which means we may have more spikes in volatility moving forward, but that doesn't necessarily mean volatility is going to go up, right? It's the crossover from negative to positive where vol moves up the hardest. Um, Fed fund futures pricing in still about 0.88 cuts or 3.5 cuts by January. Those are front weighted with the September meeting. Uh, 2 cuts are estimated for the September meeting. Um, yeah, I'm not sure that's going to happen, but I don't think they're going to collapse the carry trade again. So that's about it. You had a good reason not to keep those open, I suppose. Yeah, I did. Where is delta neutral? On SPX? Well, weekly SPXW delta neutral is up here at like 54.33, and that's probably closer to spot now than it was at the beginning of the day. And then delta neutral on the monthly is out here at like 5,200. So quite a lot of range, but historically, before SLD, if we're under DN but still close to it, like under the weekly DN, we tend to mean revert back into this range. And then sometimes during the SLD, or after the SLD, that's where we fail from. So if you go back and look at like 2022, early 2023, prior to the SLD period, markets we usually mean reverted to the upside. And then going into the OPEX expiration and past the OPEX expiration, as securities were sold to hedge, we would fail and move back down to DN. And so that was usually like our continuation down. I'm gonna show you some examples of that, I guess. If we go out to like the daily. No, actually, you can see it in 2023 here. We like prior to the SLD period here in September, we started to, well, end of August into September, we started to move up. Right, we got up to about DN at that time, and then failed. Right, and then in end of September, same thing, and then failed again. Um, in October, I think we reversed. Yeah, yeah, we failed from OPEX into the end of the month, and then after end of the month, we started to bounce up. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you Monday morning, and the rest of you Sunday for the member stream. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Later, guys.